Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. O God, our rock and fortress, we trust the unfolding of your loving providence. May our lawmakers find refuge in the shadow of your citadel. Give our senators eyes that are willing to see their own mistakes, to be patient with the faults of others, and to persevere until your purposes are accomplished. May our legislators walk with reverence and sensitivity through life's wind, rain, and sunshine. Lord, give them steadfast hearts as they strive to glorify you. Open their minds to think your thoughts and their hearts to do your will. We pray in your merciful name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved, morning business is closed, and under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Federal Reserve System, Kevin Warsh of Florida to be a member of the Board of Governors.
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
last week I held 12 Q&As in 12 different counties during our Senate recess. Not in every county, but in some counties a question like this comes up. What are you going to do about the national debt? I usually say to the person asking the question, you could have asked me an easier question. So I come to the floor to speak to an announcement that was made last week, an announcement that ought to scare all Americans, but particularly those of us in the Congress of the United States, and it was not a surprise announcement. The United States recently eclipsed a fiscal milestone. At the end of March, the nation's publicly held debt surpassed the value of all goods and services produced in our economy. Another way to say that is our national debt as a percentage of our gross national product was more than 100%. Outside of a momentary blip during the pandemic, the nation hasn't exceeded this mark since 1946. Passing this threshold should be a wake-up call to Congress to get the nation's fiscal house in order. In 1946, debt relative to the economy hit its peak and precipitously declined thereafter thanks to the end of World War II. Today, it's just the opposite. Our debt is expected to grow faster than the economy indefinitely, and it ought to be a wake-up call to all of us in the Congress of the United States. In fact, interest on the debt alone is costing Americans, taxpayers, $1 trillion annually. And within 10 years, interest costs would top $2 trillion a year. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office that does this scoring reminds us with every budget update that this fiscal path is unsustainable. Economist Herb Stein famously quipped, quote, "If something cannot go on forever, it will stop," end of quote. Our debt cannot grow faster than the economy forever. It eventually will stop. The question is when and how. We have this choice. As members of Congress representing the people of this country that are very concerned about this situation, we can either work together today to gradually turn the corner or wait until there is a crisis where draconian austerity measures are forced upon us by the national creditors. For the good of the nation, we must embrace the former option. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, last week was Small Business Week, and I was glad to be able to host a business roundtable last Monday in Aberdeen, South Dakota, and hear directly from small business owners in my state. I was also able to visit the Business and Health Innovation Center on the campus of Northern State University, which houses the Northern Innovation and Startup Center that provides support for aspiring entrepreneurs in northeastern South Dakota. Mr. President, Small Business Week is an important celebration, but the impact that small businesses have is felt literally every day of the year. Nearly half of Americans in the private sector work for a small business. Small businesses are responsible for a majority of the new jobs in this country. And a lot of Americans' first jobs were at a small business, mine included. Mr. President, there's nothing small about the impact that small businesses have in our country. And Republicans know that any path to economic strength runs through small businesses. And that's why they were a key focus of the tax relief we delivered in the working families tax cuts last year. This landmark bill locked in the lower small business tax rates that Republicans enacted in 2017, giving them certainty to plan for the future. It also made the 199A small business deduction permanent. Mr. President, I've heard positive feedback on 199A across industries in my state. In South Dakota, an agricultural cooperative estimates the impact of this one policy at over $100 million since 2017. And that money has been able to be passed on to the farmers that are members of that co-op. And I'm sure that those farmers, like so many small businesses across the country, are relieved that 199A is here to stay. Mr. President, 199A is just one of the policies in the Working Families Tax Cuts that helps free up money so small businesses can invest in their operations and in their employees. Another is 100% bonus depreciation, which is also now a permanent feature of the tax code. Bonus depreciation allows business owners to deduct the full cost of a new piece of equipment the year they start using it, rather than spreading that deduction out piecemeal over several years. Say you're a farmer and you need to replace your combine, or a manufacturer who needs to upgrade your machinery, or a plumber who needs a new truck. Those are all big expenses, especially for a small, maybe even in some cases one-person operation. So bonus depreciation helps small businesses take on that big expense by allowing them to deduct the entire thing in that 1 year. And the impact can be significant. In fact, a car dealership in my state was able to build an addition and hire 10 more people because of bonus depreciation. Mr. President, a lot of our small businesses and farms and ranches in South Dakota are family-run operations. Many of them have been in the family for generations, and the plan is to keep them in the family for generations to come. Unfortunately, the death tax has too often threatened these plans. When one generation passes the business on to the next, the death tax can take a big bite out of it. It can be devastating, forcing families to sell all or part of their family business, farm, or ranch just to satisfy a big tax bill. Not to mention the costly estate planning expenses that many families incur to keep their businesses from being ruined by a death tax bill. Mr. President, I'm very proud that the Working Families Tax Cuts protects a lot more family businesses from this unfair tax. In this bill, Republicans permanently raised the exemption threshold on the death tax, and a lot of small business owners, farmers and ranchers, breathed a sigh of relief that they don't have to worry about losing their livelihood when they lose a loved one. Mr. President, last week was Small Business Week. It was also Travel and Tourism Week. In South Dakota, tourism is one of our leading industries. Last year, 15 million people visited the Mount Rushmore State. They came to see that iconic monument, to see the South Dakota Badlands, and the bison herds at Custer State Park. Some came for conferences in Sioux Falls, others for our legendary pheasant hunting, All told, Mr. President, last year tourism brought $5 billion to South Dakota's economy. And I have to think that a lot of that money was spent at our state's small businesses, at our restaurants, coffee shops, and breweries, with tour operators, hunting guides and outfitters, and many more. Mr. President, like the other small businesses in our state, businesses in the tourism industry are benefiting from tax relief and the working families tax cuts, lower small business tax rates, investment incentives, the 199A small business deduction. Mr. President, some of the most positive feedback I've heard from small business owners about the working families tax cuts is how much this bill helps their employees. The no tax on tips and no tax on overtime provisions in this bill are especially game-changing for folks in hospitality and tourism. That includes waiters and bartenders, of course. It also includes people who work as tour guides, entertainers, and drivers. Mr. President, many Americans look forward to the summer for a few days away with their families. And those who work in hospitality and tourism, for those who work in hospitality and tourism, summer means more customers and more money. And the working families tax cuts ensures that more of the money they earn stays in their pockets. Mr. President, Democrats may try to claim the working families tax cuts was about billionaires, but the American people know the truth. Farmers, ranchers, and small business owners know it's helping them free up money to meet their expenses and invest in their operations and in their employees. And hardworking Americans can see that the working families tax cuts lets them keep more of their hard-earned money. We call it the working families tax cuts for a reason, Mr. President, and I'm proud to report that working families are benefiting. Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I understand that there is a bill at the desk that is due for a second reading.
The leader is correct. The clerk will read the title and the bill for the second time.
S4486, a bill to amend Title III United States Code to prescribe a process to authorize certain activities at the executive residence at the White House and for other purposes.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
The objection having been heard, the bill will be placed on the calendar.
Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
First, on inflation and the inflation ballroom. Inflation is skyrocketing at the fastest pace in 3 years. The American people are hurting, and Donald Trump is to blame. Inflation rose to 3.8% in April because of Donald Trump's costly tariffs, his disastrous war with Iran, and failed economic agenda. So much for Trump's promise to bring down costs on day one. 3.8%, the highest in 3 years. And again, it's all because of Trump's tariffs, his war with Iran, his failed economic agenda. The American people are furious about how Donald Trump and his MAGA majorities in Congress have turned a blind eye to the #1 issue facing the American people, their rising costs. A CN poll this morning found that 77% of Americans say that Trump's policies have raised costs in their community, and that includes a majority of Republicans. 77%, including a majority of Republicans, blame Trump for their higher costs. Only 30% of Americans approve of his handling of the economy. That's a record low. Among the most common words the poll's respondents used to describe their economic situation right now were uncertainty, stress, dread. Donald Trump, are you hearing that? The American people look at your economic policies and describe them as filled with uncertainty, fill them with stress, fill them with dread. That's a pretty strong word. Instead of listening to the American people, Donald Trump and the GOP put forward a reconciliation bill that would force Americans to pay for Trump's billion-dollar ballroom and tens of billions more for Trump's masked agents, while including $0 to bring down American costs. Ask Americans, how many people want to see $1 billion for a ballroom and no money to help reduce the cost of food, the cost of electricity, the cost of housing, the cost of child care? When will Republicans take the hint? When will they realize that Americans want lower costs, not a gold-plated ballroom for our billionaire president? It seems all the president's concerned with these days are vanity projects, not things that make the American people's lives better. Democrats will fight Republicans' ballroom bill tooth and nail. And Republicans here in the Senate should do the same if they have any sense. Can you believe it? You guys are walking off a cliff. Funding $1 billion ballroom when people are hurting? Makes no sense. No sense at all. Now, on Iran and the gas tax. On Iran and the gas tax. Trump recently signaled to American motorists to buckle up, saying that the ceasefire with Iran is, quote, on life support. The American economy is also on life support because of Trump's mishandling of his illegal war. Americans are paying over $4.50 for a gallon of gas because Donald Trump refuses to end this war. $1.50 more than when this war started. Americans need every cent they can get right now. And Senate Democrats will work with whomever it takes to bring down costs. But Republicans need to realize that Donald Trump's proposal to suspend the gas tax is simply not enough. 18 cents of gas relief a gallon, 18 cents of gas tax relief a gallon doesn't even come close to the $1.50 gas price increase from this war. And Republicans need to stop pretending that it does. Offering Americans literal pennies on the dollar to cope with skyrocketing gas prices just won't cut it. 18 cents is not $1.50. If Republicans want to get serious about lowering costs, they'll support Democrats' War Powers resolution, coming up once again this week, to withdraw American troops from hostilities with Iran. This week, Republicans will have their 7th opportunity to vote for our War Powers resolution. get our service members out of harm's way, and rein in these skyrocketing costs. I urge Republicans to join Democrats and the American people by supporting the resolution. Americans can't afford for their economy to be left on life support, which is why we need to end this war and get our economy back on track. On Trump going to China, there's an old saying that only Nixon could go to China, but soon they'll say only Trump could sell out to China. Xi Jinping has Donald Trump salivating at the prospect of $1 trillion Chinese investments in America that would threaten America's supply chains, threaten economic independence, threaten national security. Strengthen China at the expense of American strength. Donald Trump wants a deal with China so badly, he could sell out on American manufacturing. He could sell out on chips. He could sell out on Taiwan, which produces many of these chips. He could sell out on AI and on any number of grave issues that will determine who dominates the 21st century. Right now, again, to get his photo in the newspapers and try what work to raise his very low poll numbers, he's going to sell out to China. We can't let Trump willingly give China our superior American technology, or allow him to serve Taiwan to the Chinese Communist Party on a silver platter, just so he can get the satisfaction of saying he made a deal. For decades, Trump has complained about how China has cheated America. If Donald Trump wants America to outcompete China, he cannot let Xi Jinping take him for a ride. On the hantavirus, we continue to pray for all American cruise ship passengers exposed to hantavirus and those who remain in quarantine. I can only imagine how distressing this experience has been. The Trump administration's gutting of America's public health preparedness has made the recent hantavirus outbreak even more alarming. We often say you don't miss something until it's gone, and that's certainly true of the cruise ship inspectors, disease detectives, port health station staff, and other pandemic experts that Donald Trump purged without a second thought. Cutting the CDC's vessel sanitation program, as well as a pilot program to study the hantavirus, Trump may as well have invited the virus to our shores. If the Trump administration wants to keep Americans safe, he should follow my plan to rehire the infectious disease experts he fired, to restore the funding for the programs that protect Americans from these illnesses, and to rejoin the World Health Organization and other monitoring organizations to contain these outbreaks before they spread. After COVID-19 struck, we knew it was a question of when, not if, the United States would face another pandemic threat. Instead of investing in public health to meet that threat, the Trump administration has raised the white flag and lowered our defenses. I yield the floor.
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the executive calendar 727 be waived.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor today because all around the country people understand it takes far too long to build something in America. It has to do with permitting. Americans want to build. We're ready to build. People are ready to finance it. The problem is, to build something in America today, it's costly, it's complex, and there is a cumbersome permitting process. In America, amazingly, you need to get permission from the government to build just about anything. Now, I represent Wyoming. It's an energy state. It's America's energy breadbasket. And we have world-class coal. We have abundant supplies of oil and natural gas. We have the richest uranium deposits in the world. And all of these affordable, available, reliable forms of American energy are ready to power our country. Not just now, but for generations to come. We have world-class energy workers in Wyoming, as you do in your home state of Oklahoma, and we do all across the country. These people are ready to do the job. The federal permitting process is standing in their way. The federal permitting process is fundamentally broken. Permitting has become burdened by bureaucracy, weaponized by litigation, and we have a system that will not let us get to work. American energy, mining, roads, bridges, and buildings, all of them are caught in the crosshairs of a culture of saying no. Mr. President, energy projects have been especially delayed by the bureaucrats and the trial lawyers. These are individuals who have never built a thing, yet they believe they deserve veto power over those who do. Meanwhile, energy demand in America is rising dramatically. The new energy demand across America is adding up like adding an entire new California to the grid. Those are the needs. Every permitting delay costs our economy and our nation. Delays mean higher utility bills. Delays mean paychecks are lost. Money doesn't get earned. Delays mean fewer investment into our communities. This is all unacceptable. We need to produce more American energy, and we need to produce more in order to lower costs. The best way to spur the government to issue permits is to impose strict deadlines and to stop these endless lawsuits. It seems that builders need a clear yes or no. And once approved, they need certainty that their permits will endure. That's been a real problem, Mr. President. There's a law called NEPA. It stands for the National Environmental Policy Act. It's the biggest obstacle. NEPA essentially halts any and all development in its tracks. NEPA was enacted in 1970, and it requires costly and sprawling environmental reviews. America was built by men and women of daring. Now they face delays. Our forefathers laid steel across mountains. They poured concrete into canyons. They built towering skyscrapers that still inspire the world. Americans forged our nation's future with speed and with purpose. We built the Empire State Building in a little over a year, built Hoover Dam in just 5 years, built 2,000-mile transcontinental railroad in just 6 years. It's a long time ago. You can get things done. Today, a single environmental review with NEPA can take 4 years or longer just to get the review done. It means you can't start construction without spending at least 4 years in the penalty box. Mr. President, it's embarrassing that it takes so long to approve everyday projects today, much longer than it took to build the wonders of the modern world. Right now, $1.5 trillion in critical infrastructure is trapped. It's trapped in the desks of unelected, unaccountable, heavy-handed bureaucrats. The money can't move. And Americans pay for every year a project sits on those desks. To make matters worse, NEPA is also the most litigated of all federal environmental laws. You want to do something, you're going to get sued. On average, over 100 lawsuits related to NEPA are filed every year. Malicious lawsuits filed by radical environmental activists lead to higher costs, more delays, no progress. Too many prefer legal molasses to affordable oil and gas. Mr. President, just last year, the Supreme Court voted unanimously to limit the scope of NEPA in terms of all these environmental reviews, which have grown dramatically. Justice Kavanaugh wrote in the majority opinion that NEPA has become, he said, a blunt and haphazard tool employed by project opponents to try to stop or at least slow down new infrastructure or construction projects. The Supreme Court, unanimous opinion, is right. NEPA was once called the environmental Magna Carta. Today, it's a regulatory Berlin Wall. Since day one, President Trump has prioritized rolling back burdensome regulations. The president has accelerated the permitting process, rightly so. Americans are already seeing the results. We're producing a record amount of energy, but we can do more, and we must do more, and we must do it quickly. Now is the time for Congress to act. I'm soon going to introduce legislation to break the bottlenecks in federal permitting. This is the #1 way to boost American energy and mineral dominance and lower prices, lower costs, lower what has to come out of people's pockets. My legislation will encourage access to oil and gas resources on federal lands and offshore. It will also enact common-sense judicial reforms to NEPA. The Senate has a good start on permitting process. Senator Manchin and I introduced the Energy Permitting Reform Act of 2024. We did that when we were in the Energy Committee together. This was bipartisan legislation designed to fix the nation's permitting process and the rules. It was carefully negotiated over the course of an entire year, and it earned strong bipartisan support. It passed our Energy and Natural Resources Committee 15-4. Today, Senator Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia, Senator Mike Lee of Utah are taking the lead to advance common sense permitting reform, using this model as a background. Senator Capito chairs the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works. Senator Lee chairs the Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources. They are the key committees for permitting reform. Senator Capito and Senator Lee are doing exemplary work. It is time for all senators to find common ground on permitting. Americans still know how to build. We build the best in the world, and we want to build. We are a nation of builders, and we are not a nation of waiters. That's where we are. We need to get this done, and it's time for America's permitting process to get out of the way. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alser-Brooks.
The senator from Alabama.
What's it called, vitiate the quorum, or do away with the quorum, whatever that is.
Without objection.
I've been here 6 years and I still can't pronounce that word. Mr. President, I'd ask unanimous consent for the following interns in my office to be granted floor privileges until August the 7th, 2026. Olivia Amison, Lewis Carter IV, Braden Baker, Anna Dickey, Betsy Howard, Jameson Duncan, Carl Evans, Mary Jane Booson, Georgia Hairston, Ella Grace Tippins, Henry Lappenroos, Sadie Leland, Carter McCullough, Philip McPhail, Jane Reinhardt, and Emma Jane Strickland.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're blessed to live in a nation that has withstood the test of time for 250 years. This country has had its fair share of problems. We've been able to overcome and get by them together, and at the end of the day, because we believe in America and what it stands for. America was founded on a core set of values that have persisted through the years and have given hope to so many who were seeking a better life. American values are rooted in liberty, equality, opportunity, self-governance, and the rule of law. Liberty means freedom. Freedom from tyranny, whether it's political, religious, economic. Since our founding, individual freedoms have been the foundation of American society. You're free to choose what you believe, how you worship, what works you pursue, and how you build a life for yourself. Equality means that in a country, we don't have a caste system. We don't tell people they're stuck where they're born. We believe all men are created equal and everyone has the opportunity to succeed regardless of their background. An opportunity that makes this country very special. You know, I used to tell my players all the time, this country owes you nothing but an opportunity to achieve what you want to achieve. Now, you might get knocked to the ground and not make it to that point as soon as you'd like, but the country that you love so much, that we all love so much, gives us that chance to get back up and go again. You know, we're the only country that does that out of 200 in the world we live in. What you decide to do with that opportunity after you achieve it is up to you. That's the American dream. That's what this country is about. The belief that if you're willing to work hard, you can build a better life. The American dream is unique to this country alone. For centuries now, people have fled dictatorships, failed governments, and oppression to come here because they knew that dream was real. And then there's the rule of law, the cornerstone for why our country is so great. No one is above the law, not citizen, not newcomer, not even the government itself. In America, if you live here, you are expected to follow the law, period. Those are the values that have made this country great. Those are the values that drew generations of immigrants to our shores over 250 years. Sadly today, we're not seeing immigrants with the same mentality moving to this country. For most of our history, people have come here because Americans, to become Americans. They came here to assimilate. They worked hard, they learned, they followed the law, and they contributed. That's what this country is all about. Today, we're seeing large numbers, and I mean large numbers of people coming into this country with no intentions of assimilating into our culture or our way of life. People from third world hellholes are being let into this country who have no desire to adapt to our way of life. They not only refuse to work, but they also choose to take advantage of Americans' welfare system, forcing hardworking Americans to bankroll their lives. The question must be asked, why are we letting these people who don't share our values and refuse to assimilate, why are we letting them in our country? The word assimilate is often treated with suspicion because it is often related to racism. But assimilation has absolutely nothing to do with race. It's about values. Assimilation doesn't mean you abandon your heritage or your faith or forget where you're from. It's about embracing a new shared belief system. People that came here in the past understood this. Examples would be Italian Americans, Greek Americans, German Americans, who brought elements of their heritage with them. But they understood that they had new responsibilities. When they embraced this country, they embraced our values. Respect the law, be committed to a constitutional government, and participate in the civic duties that enable a society to remain free. So why are we letting people in this country that don't want to assimilate? Why are we doing that? Immigration is a privilege. It's not an entitlement. This country doesn't owe anyone entry. We don't owe anybody. And somewhere along the way, we lost the ability to discern who we choose to welcome into our great country. We lost it somewhere. But it doesn't take a rocket scientist to solve this problem. It really doesn't. Those who come to this country that want to assimilate, embrace the nation's core set of values, and contribute to our society should be welcomed with open arms, because we are all descendants of immigrants who love this country. We should accept the best and the brightest, those who are hard workers, intelligent, with skill sets who can provide a quality service to their communities, and people who understand and share the core American values that we all have. But the problem is, for whatever reason, Western civilization has been guilt-tripped into accepting anyone who wants to come here. And that's wrong. That's not what this country was built on. The Biden and Obama administration brought in millions of immigrants who have done nothing to make the United States a better place to live. Zero. Instead, they have been like leeches, taking advantage of the welfare system, and are treating hardworking American taxpayers as their personal ATM machine. In the last 2 decades, we've seen a dramatic transformation in our society. They like a narc. It's changed, and not in a good way. Every time you turn on the news today, you hear about immigrants robbing stores, killing Americans, sexually assaulting and raping women, protesting, carrying their home country flags instead of the American flag. What's up with this? And where are these immigrants coming from who are committing most of these crimes? Well, you guessed it, from third world countries. These aren't the kind of people we should be letting into the greatest country on the face of the earth. It's a privilege, not a right, to live in the United States of America. A privilege. But unfortunately, our immigration system is absolutely broken. How many more rapes, assaults, murders, stories of these people scamming American taxpayers out of their money do we need to hear before we say enough is enough? Our immigration system is broken, but no one wants to fix it. Nobody in this building or on the other end of this building. And yet, when attempts are made to fix it, Washington resists. Take temporary protected status, for instance. The U.S. House of Representatives a few weeks ago recently voted to extend temporary protective status for roughly 250,000 Haitians. When the Trump administration announced that they were going to terminate the temporary protective status of Haitians, the D.C. swamp had an absolute meltdown. You can't do that. These will be voters for us. As usual, the swamp came out in full force to ensure that these people remain on American soil, putting the American taxpayers in harm's way. According to a House Judiciary Committee report, 91% of Haitians with temporary protected status, 91%, entered the United States illegally, and over 50% of them are in households that are at least one welfare program. 53%. Mind-boggling. Temporary protective status was never supposed to be a permanent amnesty program. It was supposed to help people temporarily, give them time to get back on their feet. But that's not what's happening. Programs meant to be temporary are becoming permanent, right in front of our eyes, and we're not doing anything about it. Policies meant to be limited are being expanded. American taxpayers are left out in the cold. And the American people are paying every single dime for this huge amnesty bill. Billions. let me be clear about something. This country is a Christian nation. We're called to love our neighbor and to minister to the poor. That's our job. But we have enough Americans in this country who are in poverty for us to look after and barely enough money to take care of them. We can't take care of all the poor people in the world, folks. That can't happen. For us to remain a society that's free with values, we have to take care of our own first, and then we take care of other people. Another problem we're having is immigrants who come here and bring their radical beliefs with them. I've talked to this on the floor many times in the last few months. These people openly chant death to America, and yet we allow them to live here among us. You can't make it up. Middle Easterners who are predominantly Muslim come here, take advantage of our welfare system, which most do, and they refuse to assimilate. Their entire goal is to turn this country into a Muslim country and to be governed by the Islamic cult and Sharia law. Now, there are good Muslims who come to this country that embrace the values that we have, contribute to our society, don't follow Sharia law, and they are 100% welcome to be here. This is not about one group. This is about a group of people that want to change our country and want to kill every American in this country. The Center for Immigration Studies published a report stating that more than half of the non-citizen households from the Middle East use at least one major welfare program. Think about that. We're having to fund most of these people that are coming here. Islamists aren't coming here looking for a better life. That's a true fallacy. They're coming here to impose their radical beliefs on us and to mooch off the American taxpayers. Game, set, match. That's exactly why they're here. They're coming to impose everything they possibly can on the United States of America, get by with it, and tear us down at the same time. They have no interest in adapting to American national identity. They want to change the national identity to mirror their death cult Islamic beliefs. You heard that. They're here to kill us all. They believe that. Just look at what's happening in Europe. Europe, they stopped enforcing their own laws. Europe stopped forcing immigrants to adapt to their way of life. And now they're dealing with the consequences. We're about 10 years behind Europe. Europe's gone. They're being run by a different cult. They've lost all their values. They've lost everything that was built in Europe and in a lot of other these European countries because they closed their eyes and they thought that they were doing the right thing. And politicians got them in trouble. We should be learning from that, not repeating it. Americans, open your eyes. Look what's happening. We're losing. We're losing our country as we know it to people that want to destroy us. But this issue doesn't affect today. It affects us today and future generations. Mass migration is destroying our educational system. Listen to me, it is destroying it. Go to any high school and I can show you examples. More and more American kids are entering the classroom hearing multiple languages being spoken around them every day and have a difficult time making friends because they are now the minorities in the schools. We're having enough problems with our education system when our kids can't understand the language that the other people are speaking. That goes with our higher education, who have teachers and professors coming from other countries that can't speak English that are teaching our kids in higher education, and our kids are paying a fortune to go to these four-year schools. Enough's enough. This is an English language country, and that's how we speak. That's how we communicate. Approximately 5 million students in U.S. public schools are classified as English learners. 5 million can't speak English in our public schools across the country. It is destroying us. 10 to 11% of K through 12 population and growing every day, and we got our eyes closed. Our kids already have enough problems. Many of our kids were set back during COVID. It was disastrous. What the federal government did to our kids of closing our schools was a disaster, and it was our fault. People in this building right here. But we're running and hiding now when the truth's coming out. So, now our kids are being left behind the classroom because school resources are being reallocated for kids that come from other countries. We need to be spending money on our kids to make them and give them better lives. We're leaving our kids behind, and our country will not survive without teaching and developing the next generation. The purpose of our immigration system should be to benefit hard-working American taxpayers. Do you think mass immigration is benefiting this country? Absolutely not. There's not one benefit to it. And the next, it's the exact opposite of what we should be doing. You know, mass immigration is a leech that is slowly bleeding this country dry, and politicians and the people across the country better open their eyes. There's been a lot of talk over the past few years about deportation, and I'm 100% of what President Trump's doing. They got to go home. We can't afford them. American taxpayers, they need help. We can't help people if we can't help ourselves. We also need to have a national conversation about who we want in this country in the first place. The American taxpayer deserves that right to say who's here and who's not. Politicians are taking credit for letting all these people in. They need to be taking credit for destroying this country. We need to be asking ourselves, what is our national identity? Many of our immigration laws were made decades ago. They were made in a different time. That is why tomorrow I will be introducing the Assimilation Act. My bill is simple. It says America has a right to set immigration policy in the national interest. It says our system should favor people who will work hard, contribute, support themselves, and strengthen the United States of America. It says we should move away from chain migration policies and away from visa lottery systems that treats every entry into the United States like a raffle drawing. What an embarrassment. It says legal immigration should place higher value on skill, merit, economic contribution, and the ability to succeed without becoming a dependent on the American taxpayers. It says temporary worker programs should serve the American economy, not undercut the American worker. It says we should take visa overstays seriously, address parole abuse, and restore credibility to the rule of law. And it says that citizens in the United States should once again reflect commitment, character, and real civic integration. Now, none of this means America shuts the door. America has always been a nation that can strengthen immigration. History proves that. But it works only when our borders are enforced, the rule of law is followed, and when those who desire to come here build a better life and are expected to assimilate into American culture, not destroy our culture. Without those conditions, the logic of immigration begins to change. You know, Obama and Biden were hell-bent on permanently changing the immigration landscape of this country. They were letting them in right and left. A nation can't survive, folks. A nation can't survive and won't survive when mass migration occurs and there isn't any expectation of assimilation. It's never talked about. Come on in, do whatever you want. Preach whatever you want. Teach whatever you want. Destroy whatever you want. We're not going to watch you. We better open our eyes. There is no obligation for immigrants to commit to participate in the way Americans live. If we don't do that, we will lose our country. We have to start pushing assimilation. So in that case, I believe we're seeing this right now in the United States. Immigration is no longer a good thing for our society. It's not doing us one bit of good. It is destroying the American dream. It's destroying our generation and the generations to come. There's a reason why we stopped all immigration in the 1920s. Did you know that? We stopped it all for the same reasons. We had to get back on our feet. Folks, we're $39 trillion in debt and rising. We can't afford these people that can't help themselves. Mass migration without assimilation will erase our country's identity. We're turning into Europe and in serious danger of losing the core of who we are. I want to be clear about this. The United States has zero obligation to roll out the red carpet for third world countries around the world. Zero. We're here to help America first. We have enough of our own problems without taking up everybody else's. America is a nation built on shared values. People from all walks of life could come here and live peacefully because they understood what being an American meant. Do they know that today? That's what has always made it an exception, because people know what America is about, our core principles. But in a country as diverse as ours, it can only function properly when we accept the duties of citizenship and our Constitution. Folks, the United States is at a crossroads. We're at a crossroads. We will decide to try sharing a common civic identity, or we will go the way of Europe and let mass migration without assimilation erode the civic duties and responsibilities Americans boldly carried out over the last 2.5 centuries, 250 years. But too long, the national conversation around immigration and citizenship has been framed almost entirely in terms of give them rights, protection, benefits, while saying less about loyalty, duty, and shared obligation to make this country better. A free country cannot survive solely on entitlement. This country was built on hard work. It requires citizens who understand that American life is not just something to receive, it is something to uphold. If the United States is to remain what it has long claimed to be, it must be clear about the answer to a simple question. What does it mean to be an American? And we must be willing to insist that the answer still matters. Because when a nation loses the courage to define itself, it invites others to redefine it beyond recognition. We cannot allow people to redefine our country. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor. Mr. President,
Senator of Alabama.
I ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled roll call vote begin immediately.
Without objection. The question is on the nomination. There appears to be a sufficient second. There appears to be. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Brasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Got you, Senator. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Crapo, Kennedy, Marshall, Sheehy, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Booker, Kim, Lujan, and Welch. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher. Aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted. Aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden. No. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody. Aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen. No. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley. Aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt. Aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. No. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono. No. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. King, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Moran, Mr. Moran, aye.
Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Marino. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Duckworth? Ms. Duckworth? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 45, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Kevin Warsh of Florida to be chairman of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Kevin Warsh of Florida to be chairman of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System for a term of 4 years shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule, and the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks. Mr. Armstrong. Would you like to vote? Yes. Sorry. Tillis. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Baldwin. Thanks. Mr. Banks. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Kramer, Cruz, Daines, Hoeven, Husted, Justice, McConnell, Marino, Paul, Scott of South Carolina, and Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Duckworth, Heinrich, Hirono, King, Klobuchar, Merkley, Ossoff, Sanders, Schatz, Smith, Warren, and Welch. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Young, aye.
Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 45, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Federal Reserve System, Kevin Warsh of Florida to be chairman of the Board of Governors.
Senator from Mississippi.
I have 6 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have approval from the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted. Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15.
moment.
The Senate will come to order.
Madam President.
The senator from Texas.
Madam President, this week the Senate adopted the resolution now allowing for the consideration of another block or package of nominations. And I want to take a moment to highlight two of these exceptional nominees that President Trump has asked to help him lead portions of the federal government. Of course, we wouldn't be in a position of having to introduce nominations in block or in mass if our Senate Democrats would allow us to vote on these nominees on a timely basis. But Trump derangement syndrome is real, which means they won't cooperate with even the smallest courtesies that we used to extend to one another, recognizing that eventually the majority will get its way. Former Texas State Senator Brian Birdwell, who's been nominated by President Trump to be Assistant Secretary of War for Sustainment, is one of Texas's finest sons and one of America's true heroes. On September the 11th, Brian was working at the Pentagon when American Airlines Flight 77 deliberately crashed by terrorists into the building just yards from his office. Brian was critically injured, as you might imagine, and yet he survived after enduring 39 surgeries and unimaginable pain. And he turned that survival into a lifetime of service. He served in the United States Army for 20 years, and for the past 16 years, he's represented the Texas State Senate District 22 with distinction and honor. We will miss Brian in the state Senate, but the nation is gaining a proven leader at the Pentagon. I congratulate Brian and his wife, Mel. I thank them for their continued service, and I look forward to continue to working with him now in this new capacity at the Department of War. Another one of the great nominees in this block of nominations is Ryan Raybould. Ryan was my former chief counsel on the Senate Judiciary Committee, a former assistant U.S. attorney, law clerk to one of our outstanding judges in the Northern District of Texas, and a professional soccer player for a while, I might add. But Ryan, in his capacity as chief counsel for my Judiciary Committee duties, helped draft and negotiate numerous pieces of legislation that have become law on key issues like national security, government accountability, and drug diversion control. As I said, before Ryan came to my office, he served as a federal prosecutor with the U.S. Department of Justice for almost 7 years, where he investigated and tried cases involving public corruption, tax and securities fraud, cybercrime, national security, money laundering, and other white-collar crimes. Ryan, by virtue of his experience, has a deep understanding of the law that makes him the perfect choice to be the United States Attorney for the Northern District of Texas. I was pleased to recommend him for this position along with Senator Cruz, and I was honored to support him on the Senate floor. I look forward to confirming both of these nominees and the others, and I hope that all of our colleagues will join me in supporting them. Madam President, on another matter, I am introducing a bill called the Barring American Citizenship by Keeping Out Foreign Fraudsters, or the BAC Act. This bill is designed to address a problem that's been festering in our country for some time, and that is the crime of birth tourism. In the United States, we grant citizenship to virtually everyone born on United States soil, except for children born to diplomats and a few other categories. And indeed, there's a case now pending in the United States Supreme Court to determine what the breadth and depth of that birthright citizenship should look like under the Constitution. But America is one of the few countries that allow individuals to obtain citizenship at birth, regardless of parentage or immigration status. And our generosity was never meant to be exploited by our adversaries. You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to believe that some of these individuals may even use this cover of citizenship in order to engage in espionage against the United States. Indeed, especially the People's Republic of China. According to the Center for Immigration Studies, more than 30,000 births in the United States each year are to women on tourist visas, while many more are born to women who are here illegally, or people who simply overstay their temporary visa. Worse, entire cottage industries have sprung up over the past several decades designed to actually help facilitate foreign nationals to visit the United States on a temporary basis solely to obtain the coveted privilege of United States citizenship for their children. In 2020, a report from the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee found that several companies, these are businesses, several companies existed to assist individuals trying to exploit America's generosity in this regard. One such company, IDA International, worked largely with Chinese individuals, while another was known as Miami Mama, which specialized in helping Russian nationals secure U.S. citizenship for their children. Madam President, when we start to see foreign nationals securing U.S. citizenship for their children, but with no intention of staying here or actually assimilating into our society and pledging allegiance to our Constitution and laws, it becomes clear that something is terribly wrong. Citizenship in this country, the greatest country in the world, is a great privilege, and the practice of birth tourism undermines what it means to be an American. This is why I'm introducing the Back Off Act, which will make aliens involved in birth tourism inadmissible and deportable from the United States. This bill would also require the Department of Homeland Security to detain aliens who commit crimes related to birth tourism. It would require anyone engaged in this practice who entered the United States from Mexico or Canada to return to those countries for legal proceedings while they're pending, which would prevent them from actually giving birth here in the United States while they await decision of their case. And it would also prevent people from using the Biden-era visa waiver program to give birth in U.S. territories. This legislation would create new criminal penalties and enforcement actions against those running birth tourism rings, including new criminal penalties under the Immigration and Nationality Act for those who facilitate this practice. Finally, it would create a task force to investigate and refer cases to the Department of Justice for prosecution involving individuals and organizations that are involved in birth tourism schemes. There is no greater privilege in the world than to be a citizen of this great country. And we must treat U.S. citizenship as such. But the practice of birth tourism trivializes one of this great privilege, and I hope the Senate will adopt my legislation to crack down on this atrocity. Madam President, I yield the floor. The absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa-Brooks.
Two super senators. The senator from Louisiana.
Will you please vitiate the quorum call?
Without objection.
Madam President, the Jones Act is a law that we've had for over 100 years, enacted by Congress. And it simply says that cargo moving between 2 points in the United States should move on an American-built, American-owned, and American-crewed ship. It supports American workers, American shipyards, and American national security. The presiding officer represents the state of Alabama. Mobile has some very good shipyards. Louisiana, some tremendous shipyards. But they're scattered around our nation. It could be in Florida, Mississippi, Washington State, I'm sure California, Maine, and the places that build those things that go into the ships, into the boats. Could be a maritime manufacturing in Illinois, software in San Diego. This supports American industry. In my state, Louisiana ports, shipyards, energy producers, maritime workers are a large portion of the state's economy. I could list you the towns: Houma to Lockport. Thousands of people in Louisiana depend on this industry for jobs that actually support a family. Now, companies employ Louisiana's skilled workers, and they build vessels for the oil industry, for NOAA, for the Marines, for portions of ships that go to the Navy. And why do we have this workforce and these companies that can build these boats? Because of the Jones Act. When we waive the Jones Act, like the administration just did and now is doing for another 90 days, we're saying that foreign-built vessels by foreign workers with foreign components, not from San Diego and Illinois or Mobile or Lockport or Houma, but someplace else, can put together a vessel that moves goods between one point of the United States and another. Now, the rationale for waiving the Jones Act was that we need to lower energy prices for California. And when gasoline and diesel go from the Gulf Coast to California, that we're going to magically decrease the price paid at the pump in Los Angeles. But although waiving the Jones Act can export our jobs to China and to Korea and to India, when you waive the Jones Act, it does not, by any significant amount, lower the price at the pump in California. Why? California pays $6 a gallon for gasoline because they have shut down refineries. They will not allow them to be expanded. They require a special mix of gasoline. You could never get a pipeline built from Louisiana to California. It would never have been permitted under the Obama or Biden administration. They add taxes upon taxes, deliberately trying to make gasoline more expensive in California in order to encourage people to buy electric vehicles. So that is on top of the fact that because of the hostility in Iran, international price of oil is much higher. Put it all together: high prices of oil, regulations, lack of refineries in California, no pipeline. That's the reason they're paying over $6 a gallon for gasoline. To do something cosmetic, like waive the Jones Act, to say that you're doing something, actually is more of an excuse to waive the Jones Act than it is to actually lower the price of gasoline in California. And while you're doing this kind of philosophical, we don't like the Jones Act, it hurts Louisiana workers, it costs Louisiana jobs, jobs in Mobile, jobs in Illinois, jobs in San Diego. I could keep going down the list. It hurts the American worker for a kind of, it ain't going to happen, decrease of gasoline prices in California. I'll also point out that the administration is making a big push to restore shipbuilding to the United States. Now, there's a difference between a boat and a ship. A boat is something below a certain size, but it can be really big, and a ship is like what the Navy uses. If you want more shipbuilding in the United States, you don't start doing that by hurting boat building in the United States. Because the same workers who build boats build ships. The same technology that supports building boats supports building ships. And in some cases, components of that bigger Navy ship are built in a boat yard. So in our policy of trying to support the American worker, we're actually trying to do things that support national security, that support our ability to make a Navy, a blue water Navy, using American workers and not having to buy a aircraft carrier from Korea. With all the kind of, are we sure we're getting what we want to get? My concern is the original rationale for the waiver is just like, doesn't make sense to me. It's just not logical. But now it's been extended. And so it tells me that there's something motivating that waiver beyond the imagination that it's going to significantly lower prices in California. It's somebody who doesn't like the Jones Act, who doesn't like the support that Congress deliberately gave to the workers in our boat yards, the people who are building the engines in Illinois that go into those boats, or any of the other places scattered around the country on the heartland or on the coastline that support our workers. Somebody philosophically doesn't like it. And they're using this as an excuse in order to kill the Jones Act. Well, Louisiana cannot afford for this to happen, and neither should the company, neither should the country. Once waivers become routine, companies stop investing, workers leave the industry, and America becomes more dependent on foreign operators, and it becomes less prosperous for our nation's workers. I agree with the administration. We should be doing everything we can to lower gas prices. Oh my gosh, families back home are feeling the price at the pump. But let's focus on solutions that work, that provide real relief and protect an industry that Louisiana, that the Gulf Coast, that many in our country rely upon. With that, I yield. And I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I rise today to honor the men and women.
The Senate is in a quorum call.
Mr. President, can we please officiate the quorum call?
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise today to honor the men and women who risk their lives every day when they leave their homes so that we can return to the safety of ours. These incredible, hardworking men and women in law enforcement. This National Police Week, I am reminded of those men and women, but I am also reminded of the ones that never returned home. There are several Alabamians who made the ultimate sacrifice this year while protecting our communities, and I'd like to take a moment to recognize them. Conservation Enforcement Officer Sean Nixon, Police Officer Dallas Hinton, Corporal David Hathcock, and Lieutenant Mark Meadows. All recently lost their lives while serving their communities valiantly. Sean Nixon was always known as a, quote, man on a mission. This was evident through his incredible performance in the field, which was rightfully recognized. So much so that he was nominated for an unprecedented 14 Officer of the Year awards. He was ultimately honored with the Sheikart Shafari Officer of the Year award just 2 years ago. Sean wasn't just an incredible officer, though. He was a loving father and a loyal friend. He was remembered by all who know him, his 2 children and countless friends, and the entire Alabama police community, as a man whose mission will continue to live on. They will carry their memory, his memory, with them. I'd also like to recognize Dallas Hinton. In the greatest nation in the world, young people are fortunate to have what seems like endless paths they can take in life. Dallas chose one of the most noble paths possible by enlisting in the United States Marine Corps. After his time in the Marines came to an end, Dallas became a police officer with the Thomasville Police Department just 2 years ago. Dallas served the Thomasville community with the same strength, courage, and valor that he displayed during his time in the Marines. And at just 25 years old, when he had his whole life ahead of him, his life, unfortunately, was cut short. I am confident it would have been a bright one. He leaves behind a loving fiance, a mother, a father, as well as 2 brothers and 2 sisters. It is my hope that we can all lead our lives with the same courage that Dallas did. He will not be forgotten, and his spirit of service will live on across Alabama with the many lives that he touched. Only a couple of months ago, the Montgomery community mourned the loss of David Hathcock, a 20-year veteran of the Montgomery Police Department. Being a part of any community for that long, much less protecting it every single day, you are bound to make a lasting impact. That's exactly what Corporal Hathcock did. He was considered a leader by those around him, even those who were more senior than him in the department. But especially young officers looked to him as they rose through the ranks for guidance and as an incredible example. David led with excellence, pride, and courage, which trickled down throughout the entire department. His memory will live on through his wife and 2 daughters, as well as countless colleagues and Montgomery residents whose lives he touched. And finally, Mr. President, I would like to recognize Lieutenant Mark Meadows. An Army Ranger veteran, Lieutenant Meadows was no stranger to service. After beginning his career as a police officer in Mountain Brook in 1992, Mark found his home in Irondale, Alabama. He became a fixture of that community, serving the Irondale Police Department for over 30 years. Outside of work, he was a helping hand to all who needed it, helping to coordinate traffic security or the security at his home church. He did that for more than a decade. Mark was the real deal and will always be remembered as leaning in and helping those who needed it most. Mr. President, I want to encourage everyone across our nation this week to thank a police officer. The stories I just told were those of Alabamians who love their community, their state, and their country. They displayed that every single day. And as we all know, when police officers leave the safety of their home so we can return to ours, we owe them a debt of gratitude. These men that we just honored didn't have the opportunity to return home. So don't wait until it's too late. Don't wait until after their service. When you see an officer, let them know how much you appreciate it. Let them know how much you appreciate their sacrifice and their service. Whether it's here in this building, which we are so grateful for, whether it's back home, whether it's on the street corner. We appreciate the law and order that they bring and making sure that our communities are safe and sound. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Oregon.
are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. This chamber has before it a very important question. Will Congress embrace and exercise its constitutional responsibility to decide, as Madison put it, the question of war? That is a heavy responsibility. It's no small matter to decide whether or not the United States should go to war, or to decide whether or not to end a war. It is a question of blood and treasure. The lives of thousands can hang in the balance. The lives of soldiers on both sides, the lives of civilians. The wars in Iraq and Afghanistan resulted in the death of more than 5,000 American service members and the death of approximately 250,000 civilians in Afghanistan and Iraq. And they resulted in a massive use of American treasure, some $8 trillion. So it's tempting for members of this chamber to shirk this responsibility. The question weighs too heavily on us. Let's let the president decide. But if you took an oath to the Constitution, as every member here did, then you know that letting the president decide is unconstitutional. The Constitution did not assign this weighty issue of war to the president. It assigned this weighty issue to all of us here in Congress. As Madison summarized, the Constitution supposes what the history of all governments demonstrates, that the executive is the branch of power most interested in war and most prone to it. The Constitution has accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war in the legislative branch. With studied care, the founders said no one person should decide the question of whether we go to war. The weight of the decision in blood and treasure is too great. So there needs to be debate. There needs to be viewpoints exchanged before such a significant action is taken. And that's why it's assigned to us. Now, the modern version of declaring war is to pass an authorization for the use of military force, or an AUMF. That's the system set up in the 1973 War Powers Act following Vietnam, where there was no authorization ever granted, and yet a massive calamity for American service members, some 50,000 plus who died, and so many injured and so much treasure expended. So Congress, by law, with a signature of the president, said, let's set up a system to take that constitutional provision where the question of war is assigned to Congress and create a format through which it can be considered. And that law, that 1973 law, says the power of war can only be exercised under three possibilities. One, there is a declaration of war. Second, Congress passes a law and a president signs it into law to create an authorization for war. And that, in fact, is what happened in the case of Afghanistan and Iraq. The president came to Congress and said, here are the arguments. I want you to authorize war as required in the Constitution. And this chamber, the House chamber, considered this question, and we passed an AUMF, an authorization for the use of military force. Those wars were entered into under a constitutional path
And whether or not any one individual agreed with the outcome, at least it was constitutional and that it was the result of studied debate here in this chamber and down the hall in the House of Representatives. The War Powers Act creates a third option under a special condition. Sometimes it's referred to as the condition of imminent threat, that we are under attack or on the verge of being under attack. The specific language in the War Powers Act says that the power of war can be exercised if there is a national emergency created by an attack upon the United States, its territories, or its armed forces. But it places a 60-day limit on that. Now, many experts would say this option was never triggered in this case because there was not a national emergency created by an attack on the United States. But some members of this body have said, close enough. The threat from Iran was close enough. We consider that a valid third option. I would disagree, but others had a different opinion and then said, but when that 60 days are up, that is exhausted. And the president must withdraw forces as required in the War Powers Act, or must come to us with an authorization for the use of military force, which has not happened. So if the president fails to withdraw forces, and the president fails to come to us with an authorization for the use of military force, then it's incumbent on us to pass a war powers resolution that says, Mr. President, you're in violation of the Constitution, and you must end this war. If you want to continue it, come and ask for constitutional authorization. The 60 days are up. Some have said, well, the war is not as fierce as it was previously. There is a kind of a paper version of a ceasefire in place, and maybe that suspends the clock on the 60 days. A clock that expired on May 1st. But, you know, the War Powers Act does not have a provision that says if the war becomes less fierce, it doesn't count against the 60 days. That's not in the law. That's not in the vision under which this was prepared and written for the exercise of our constitutional responsibility. And everybody in the world knows that the war has continued. The Navy, our Navy, has continued a blockade of Iranian ports. That is an act of war. Our Navy has fired on Iranian naval vessels. That is an act of war. Our Navy has fired on Iranian oil tankers. That is an act of war. And Iran, they also have continued the war. They have fired on U.S. naval ships, including the use of drones, missiles, and bullets, fired on commercial vessels, and fired on regional outposts, including the United Arab Emirates. So the war has continued, and the 60 days has expired. And during those 60 days, a lot has happened, none of it benefiting our national security. We strengthened the Iranian hardliners. Virtually what always happens when you assassinate religious and political leaders, as we did. We weakened the reformers. We failed to secure Iran's stockpile of more highly enriched uranium, and we have no strategy to extract them. We shredded moral leadership as champions of human rights. We enriched and emboldened Russia by easing oil sanctions, and not only could Russia then sell their oil legally at a higher price, but the war raised the value they could get from $60 to $120. We depleted our munitions stockpile. We increased the fertilizer costs. We raised prices at the pump for American families. People keep saying, in our state, it's $4 a gallon, and diesel's $5 a gallon. Well, in Oregon, it's $5 for gasoline and $6 for diesel. And we fueled inflation. The last month, April, the highest inflation in 3 years, 3.8%. Those fuel costs are already affecting businesses. A number of airlines have cut flights and cut services. Spirit Airlines went out of business, forcing them to lay off 17,000 workers. And all across the country, farmers and small businesses and large businesses are seeing these inflationary effects, and certainly American families are feeling the higher prices on everything. And we have spent from our national treasure somewhere around $1 billion plus a day. During his campaign, our president said, I'm going to end wars, I'm going to lower prices. But he has started a war, and he has raised prices. And now, if one embraces the War Powers Act, if one argues that there was an imminent threat, which I do not believe that test was met, but if you believe that test was met and you gave the president 60 days of grace, well, those 60 days are up. And since the president has not come to us and said, I now want an authorization for war, and we're not debating that on the floor, then our responsibility is to exercise the War Powers Resolution that says, Mr. President, end this war. It is the right thing for us to do to defend the Constitution we took an oath to. Failure to do so is to violate the Constitution we took an oath to. So I hope that at this point we'll have bipartisan support to embrace the responsibility that the Constitution assigns us on the question of war. It is a heavy responsibility. It is tempting to shirk that responsibility and let the president decide. But it's neither the moral thing to do, nor is it constitutional. Laws are not suggestions. The Constitution is not an option, not for the president and not for us. There is no constitutional path for the continuation of this war unless the president arrives today with a proposal for an authorization to be debated. And that has not happened. So the only constitutional path left is to vote aye on the War Powers Resolution. And I vote honors the wisdom of our founders that assigned us this responsibility and honors our responsibility under the Constitution. A no vote dishonors the wisdom of the founders who assigned this responsibility to us and dishonors our obligation under the Constitution. Let's carry this weight, however heavy it may be, in a bipartisan fashion, restore and honor consideration that places, the Constitution places with us the question of war. And I vote tomorrow is the right vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I rise today to once again call on my Republican colleagues to listen to their constituents and bring an end to this war of choice. Let's be clear. Americans do not like this war because they are the ones paying for it. American taxpayers have already been forced to shell out at least $29 billion for a conflict with no end in sight. Hundreds of American service members have been injured, and 13 Americans have lost their lives. And Americans are paying the price for this war at the gas pump every single day, as the cost of just about everything seems to be going up. Today, we learned that inflation tripled in March, showing consumer prices rose by nearly 4%. Make no mistake, that jump was almost single-handedly caused by Donald Trump's war in Iran, which has sent gas prices skyrocketing 50% since he chose to start this conflict. And it's not just gas prices and travel costs going up for Wisconsin families. The price of just about everything will increase as transporting goods to markets continue to rise. These cost increases are simply not manageable for many of my constituents and will force them to make impossible decisions. I'm hearing from Wisconsin farmers who are paying through the nose for the fertilizer and diesel that they need to plant their crops this spring. As of today, the average price for diesel in Wisconsin is $5.84 per gallon. That's $2.61 higher than 1 year ago. One Wisconsin farmer told the local news that he's paying $2,000 more for diesel fuel this planting season than in previous years. Fertilizer is also getting more expensive because of Donald Trump's war. Fertilizer inputs shot up nearly $700 per ton in late April, nearly $250 more than the day before the war started. According to a recent survey, about 70% of farmers nationwide say they were unable to afford all the fertilizer that they need for this planting season. For Wisconsin farmers who work on very tight margins, these price increases could be make or break for their businesses. Donald Trump vowed to bring prices down on day one. Instead, he's illegally started a war all on his own that is jacking up the cost of just about everything. On behalf of our constituents who are paying the price for this war of choice, I implore my Republican colleagues to do their job and end this conflict. Every day this war drags on is another day that the American people will be forced to pay for it. I yield.
We need a quorum call? Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm glad to be on the floor sixth, seventh, eighth week in a row. I've lost count this week to support Senator Merkley's resolution to end the war in Iran. It's simple. This is a war that's making America less safe. It's a war that's costing the people of this country billions of dollars. It has resulted in untold numbers of civilian deaths in the region. The entire world economy is spiraling out of control. Prices of gas are through the roof, $6 a gallon in many parts of the country, and the cost of everything is going to go up very quickly. But in my short remarks today, I really want to take the administration's war goals at face value and 74 days into this conflict, assess whether we are closer to meeting those goals or farther away. Secretary Hegseth was before the Appropriations Committee today, and we really got very little information from him as to whether this essential question, the meeting of war goals, is answerable. Let me try to answer it. The first thing that the administration said they wanted to do was to annihilate Iran's navy. Well, they have essentially destroyed Iran's conventional navy, but they have not destroyed Iran's fleet of speedboats and so-called suicide skiffs that effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz. And it goes without saying that that feat is impossible. The administration will never be able to eliminate all of Iran's small speedboats that drop mines in the Strait or threaten to drop mines in the Strait, and the suicide skiffs which run these suicide missions at tankers and boats in the Strait. And so, as long as that fleet of small boats is able to harass traffic in the Strait, effectively close down the Strait, you have not annihilated Iran's navy, and you will never annihilate Iran's navy. So you can claim that you sunk some big boats, but it's the small boats that have closed the Strait of Hormuz and created a global catastrophe. Second goal that the administration states is to destroy Iran's ballistic missiles. Now, Trump recently claimed that Iran only has 18 to 19% of their ballistic missiles left. But according to public reporting, a CIA assessment has found that Iran actually retains 70% of its missiles. So we have expended tens of billions of dollars. We have dramatically depleted our munitions stores, and Iran still has 70% of its missiles. And that same public reporting suggests that Iran is already starting to dig out from the damage we did and rebuild some of the launchers and the missiles that we damaged. Similarly, another war aim was to destroy their drone fleet. CIA assessment says Iran still has 70% of its drones. And realistically, drones are so easy to manufacture, there was never going to be a way through an air campaign alone for us to be able to eliminate their drone capacity. It's another reason the Strait is closed. There is no military mechanism available to the United States to open the Strait because we cannot find all of their small speedboats. We cannot find all of their drones. So 74 days of war and billions of dollars spent, over a dozen Americans killed, Iran still has their drone fleet. The last goal, and the president has doubled down on this goal, is to stop Iran from ever being able to acquire a nuclear weapon. Now, we know for sure you can't actually achieve that goal through military action, not without regime change, not without U.S. boots on the ground. The administration has said, we're not going for regime change. They seem very comfortable with the new regime, which is, by all accounts, more radical and more dangerous than the regime that they displaced. And while Trump still keeps open the possibility of putting boots on the ground, as of today, it doesn't appear that there are going to be hundreds of thousands of American troops going into Iran to take their enriched uranium and their fissile material. And so the only way that you are going to effectuate this goal, stopping Iran from being able to acquire a nuclear weapon, is the same path that we were pursuing under President Obama, a diplomatic path. So the question then is just, are you going to get a better diplomatic deal today than you got when President Obama was in office? And all the evidence suggests that you are going to get a much worse deal today than you got when President Obama pursued this same path, for two reasons. First, Iran has much more leverage today. I heard Secretary Hegseth say today in our hearing that America has all the leverage. That is just made up, because the facts on the ground are pretty simple. In 2013, when President Obama was negotiating this deal with Iran, their economy was crippled, but Iran didn't control the Strait of Hormuz. Today, Iran's economy is crippled, but they control the Strait of Hormuz. They have more leverage today than they had in 2013. In 2013, we certainly held open the specter of a military attack, but now Iran has the leverage of knowing that it can survive the best punch that America can throw. 74 days into the war, the regime is still standing. Their missile program still exists. Their drone program still exists. Their nuclear program still exists. They control the Strait of Hormuz. They have more leverage today than they did in 2013. The second reason you are going to get a worse diplomatic deal is because the stakes are lower for Iran. Because once Trump pulled out of the Obama agreement, Iran pressed fast forward on their nuclear research program. Before the Obama nuclear agreement, Iran was enriching to 20%. The nuclear agreement brought them down to 3%. Since Trump pulled us out of that agreement, Iran has gone from enriching 3% all the way up to 60%. And we all know that once you're at 60%, it's really just a political decision to get to 90%, which is what you need for a bomb. So Iran now has the knowledge to, in perpetuity, be able to very quickly get to enough nuclear material enriched at a high enough level to be able to make a bomb. So maybe in this agreement, they agree to go back to 3%, or maybe they even agree to pause for a period of time enrichment. That's a different calculation for Iran today than it was in 2013, because they can easily make that agreement knowing that the minute that they decide to rush to a bomb, they can get there much faster now because of Trump's decision to pull out of the agreement. You're going to get a worse diplomatic deal under these circumstances than you got in 2013. And so I just share that with all of you, because even if you take their war aims at face value, and they seem to be changing by the week, they haven't achieved a single one of them. And there is no hope of them achieving those objectives, even if they were to restart the war. And so why are we doing this? Why are we doing this if we can't achieve any of our objectives? If the price of the war is being paid for by American citizens, by American farmers? I understand that the president is full of hubris and pride. I understand my Republican colleagues, having backed this war, are having a hard time squaring reality with their stated position of supporting the war. But it's okay to change your mind. It's okay to look at the facts on the ground, come to the conclusion that the war didn't go the way that the president promised you it was going to go, and join us and vote to end this war. I know that's difficult for any political figure who's made it all the way to the United States Senate to admit that they were wrong. But my Republican colleagues were wrong. Nobody can come to the floor and make an argument that there is a path through the continuation of this war to eliminate their ballistic missile program or their drone program. I think it would be hard for folks to suggest that the longer this war goes on, the better a diplomatic agreement we're going to get. So we're going to continue to come to the floor and ask for our colleagues to join us, because out there in the American public, this isn't much of a debate. People want this war to end. They cannot sustain the costs of this war any longer. So I appreciate the work of my colleagues in continuing to bring these motions to the floor. This is our one and only opportunity to debate war. Our Republican colleagues, 74 days into this war, have still not brought a resolution before the Senate to authorize the war. That is in violation of the Constitution. Every single day, we as a body are in violation of the Constitution, so it's left to Democrats to force this debate on a weekly basis, which we will continue to do until this war ends. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, today I come to the floor once again after numerous, and I've lost count of how many of these the Democrats have tried, to set the legal record on the war powers straight and in plain terms. The first thing we need to do is look at what the Democrats are trying to do here. They want to pass this resolution which states in relevant part, quote, Congress hereby directs the President to remove the United States Armed Forces from hostilities within or against Iran. So what they're asking and telling the President to do is to remove the United States Armed Forces from hostilities within or against Iran. Those hostilities do not exist today and have not existed for some time. So let's look at what has actually happened from a factual basis. On February 28th, the President exercised his constitutional duty to protect American interests. Not his right, but his duty that he took an oath to do to protect Americans and American interests. Not only was the military action he took legally permissible under Article 2 of the Constitution, but it was the President's duty to act. Presidents across both parties over many, many years, and indeed many of my Democratic colleagues, have consistently maintained that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, and with good reason. Iran is a country that's run by radical Shia clerics whose slogan is literally, quote, death to America. This regime has sponsored terrorism and kidnapping and killed thousands of American citizens since it commenced this war against the United States 47 years ago. We all remember when it happened. They took possession of our embassy in Iran and kidnapped the employees we had there and held them for 400 plus days. All the action we have taken since then has been defensive. They have continued offensive actions against us, and I said, over the years, have killed thousands of United States citizens. The actions taken on February 28th comport with long-standing legal precedent over many decades from presidents of both political parties. The military operations we are talking about were not and are not, nor are they even close to, operations that took place in Vietnam, Afghanistan, or Iraq, nor will they ever be. My friends on the other side of the aisle have tried to put the two together and compare this to those actions. They are not. Under the War Powers Resolution, the President is supposed to notify Congress within 48 hours after introducing U.S. armed forces into hostilities. He did that on March 2nd as required, fully consistent with the law. Now my colleagues on the other side of the chamber keep saying that somehow the administration is not in compliance with a 60-day clock. Let me highlight this point. The President's notification to this body on May 1st, within that 60-day period, was crystal clear. The operations that began on February 28th have been terminated. The hostilities ended with the April 7th ceasefire. They're over, full stop. Now, it doesn't say they won't start again, but that operation is over and ended, and we were so notified. Indeed, President Trump's May 1st letter fully informed Congress as to the status of this matter. The War Powers Resolution does not require such reporting. Nonetheless, the President gave it. In short, this is much more information than previous presidents have provided to Congress. For the reasons that I have just stated, I intend to vote against this resolution and urge my colleagues to do likewise. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
My colleague from Idaho made a few points in his presentation of why he would oppose exercising the War Powers Resolution. And I think it's worth noting those points and considering whether or not they hold water. But first, he said hostilities have ceased because the president says so. But it's the facts on the ground that matter. And the fact on the ground is that the U.S. continues a blockade, an act of war, against Iranian ports. We have fired upon Iranian ships, and we have fired upon Iranian tankers. And Iran maintains a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which is an act of war, and they have fired on United States naval vessels, and they have fired upon U.S. Commercial ships, tankers. So it may be at a lower level than the massive bombing that occurred before, but there certainly is nothing close to what one would call a ceasefire, and certainly not a withdrawal. And under the War Powers Act, it says after 60 days, you have to end the hostilities, and you can ask for another 30 days to withdraw forces. Well, we're in that 30-day period now, and the forces are not being withdrawn from the Middle East. The second factor is my colleague cited Article 2 of the Constitution. What did he mean by that? He referred to the commander-in-chief. And Article 2 of the Constitution says this in Section 2, the President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militia of several states when called into the actual service. When called into service. And what does the Constitution say about when it's called into service? Well, that's in Article 1. Article 1, the powers of Congress, the enumerated powers of Congress. And those enumerated powers, laid out in Section 8, refer to many of the assignments given, including things like borrowing money on credit, or regulating commerce, or coining money, or providing for the punishment of individuals, establishing a post office. But the key one, this very sizable responsibility that Madison said, with studied care, the founders vested this responsibility in the legislative branch, not the executive. That's the power to declare war. That is the responsibility. Yes, once we go to war, the commander-in-chief is the President of the United States. And much of the strategy of the war is conducted accordingly through the Department of Defense and the Secretary of Defense and the Joint Chiefs of the services. But do not confuse the ability to conduct a war with the ability to start a war. Third, nuclear weapons. My colleague mentioned the threat of nuclear weapons. Well, there is a threat of nuclear weapons, maybe, but you have to really kind of understand the framework here. And that is, there was a diplomatic agreement in which Iran enriched to only very low levels, a couple percent, under international intensive supervision with all kinds of monitors in place. Not just individuals watching, but all kinds of sensors in place. And their enriched uranium that they had previous to that agreement, called the JCPOA, was stored in Russia. So they didn't have highly enriched uranium. They enriched to very low levels, and they did it under international supervision. It was only after President Trump, in his first administration, tore up this agreement and unleashed Iran from its responsibilities under that agreement. That's when Iran later said, well, we might enrich to higher levels, and then proceeded to up to 60%. But that condition only exists because of what President Trump did to tear up the diplomatic agreement. And then in June of last year, the U.S. participated in a massive bombing campaign, employing our very largest bombs to destroy those places where centrifuges were making the more highly enriched uranium. And the president proudly declare that massive bombs, the largest ones we have, the earth-penetrating bombs, the biggest tonnage, had obliterated Iran's nuclear program. So, Iran didn't have a nuclear program en route to a nuclear weapon until Trump tore up the agreement. And even then, the president claimed there was no nuclear program after June of 2025. So here we are. What had been achieved diplomatically was destroyed by President Trump. And now he proceeded to say that he had already taken care of this threat that is being cited by my colleague as a justification for this war. And by the way, it was not the justification that President Trump cited at the beginning of this war. No, he said Israel is going to bomb Iran again, and Iran's going to retaliate against regional sites, and that will involve our interests being hit, so we should join Israel. So Israel was the dog wagging the American tail. Does America not have the spine, the courage, the authority to simply have told Israel no? Well, apparently not under this president. I yield to my colleague from Virginia, who has been so instrumental in bringing many, many insights to this debate and helping coordinate this series of war powers resolutions as we strive to honor the oaths we took to our Constitution.
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, thank you. I appreciate my colleague and strongly support his resolution that will be voted on tomorrow. And I've taken the floor often on this topic and don't need to repeat things I've said before. But today, I guess what I want to say is basically this. The American public does not like being lied to by its government. Of course we don't. But particularly on matters of war. I'm old enough to remember two tragic circumstances where the American public was lied to by their civilian leadership about war. Many lies were told by successive administrations, beginning with the Eisenhower administration through Kennedy and Johnson in particular, about the Vietnam War. And how tragic it was when Americans realized that much of what they had been told that led first the U.S. to take over the French colonial project in Southeast Asia and then to engage in war, much of what they had been told was false. And when you're losing your sons and daughters, 56,000 U.S. deaths in the Vietnam War, and then you find that the civilian leadership has been lying to you while troops have been serving honorably, it is incredibly embittering in a state like Virginia where there's so many military equities, but to every state. We were lied to about the war in Iraq. We were told that Iraq had something to do with 9/11. That was not true. We were told that Iraq was pursuing nuclear weapons and had weapons of mass destruction they'd use against the United States. That was not true, but those were put on the table before a vote in Congress to engage in a war that most now agree 25 years later was a massive, massive mistake. And so I come from a state that lost a lot of people in Iraq and Afghanistan and Vietnam, and I join my colleague today to support his resolution because I believe the United States is not being told the truth about the situation in Iran. First, the administration worked very, very hard up until essentially a week or so ago to avoid any public hearings about the war in either the House or the Senate, in the committees that have jurisdiction over important matters. I mean, not to have a public hearing about a war? To right now, and I'm going to go into this in an Armed Services Committee hearing later in the week, the administration is not even willing to share the legal rationale, the opinion developed by the Office of Legal Counsel at the State Department. They're not even willing to share that rationale with members of the United States Senate. They won't share it with members of the Intel Committee. They won't share it with members of the Armed Services Committee. They won't share it with members of the Foreign Relations Committee. They won't even share the legal rationale. What are they afraid of? That raises some natural suspicion. In at least two instances, I believe the administration is not being truthful with the American public about this war. One was the assertion of a whole different series of rationales, but one of the rationales that seems to now be the one that they rely on is, well, of course the war is needed to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. No, it isn't. We had stopped Iran from getting a nuclear weapon by a diplomatic deal that Donald Trump chose to tear up, as my colleague just mentioned. That had stopped Iran's nuclear program. That deal was a comprehensive deal that took months, even years to negotiate. It contained some provisions that were time limited, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, but it contained two provisions that were permanent. The first was on page 1 of the deal, that Iran will not seek to purchase or acquire or develop nuclear weapons. That was a permanent pledge by Iran. And the second part of the deal that was permanent was Iran agreed to permanent inspections by the IAEA, including inspections according to an additional protocol that had been developed by the nations of the world after North Korea had cheated on a nuclear program earlier. Those were permanent pledges by Iran to not pursue nuclear weapons and to allow intrusive inspections. And President Trump decided, over the objection of his Secretary of State and Defense, to tear up the deal. So when President Trump says now, well, we have to wage war, we have to subject our troops to being killed and being injured and billions of dollars of costs, and Americans and people all over the world paying more for gas to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, that is a lie. Diplomacy had stopped them until President Trump tore it up. And to make matters worse, President Trump, with the U.S., following a 12-day war of Israel against Iran to destroy their nuclear capacity, took additional action that the White House said had destroyed Iran's nuclear program. So if we had controlled it first by diplomacy and then a year ago added on to a war waged by Israel against Iran to obliterate the nuclear program, there was not a nuclear program that justified this war. There was no threat of any action anytime soon by Iran to develop nuclear weapons that justified this war. I don't like to use this phrase. I don't use this phrase a lot. The White House has lied to the American public, and every time they say this war is justified to stop Iran's nuclear program, they are telling the American public a lie. The second lie they're telling, and I'll just say this and then hand it back to my colleague, is a different kind of a lie. If you state a set of facts that are true, but you don't state the full set of facts, you're telling a lie. And I've heard President Trump and I've heard Secretary Hegseth say many times, we need to stop Iran because they have been a thorn in our side since 1979. They've been a thorn in our side for the last 47 years. Our decision makers are acting as if the U.S.-Iran history started in 1979, when the Iranian people toppled their government. And then, yes, in the aftermath of that toppling, started to say death to America, death to Israel. And they act like that's the only history. And my colleagues will recount Iranian misbehavior, taking over our embassy in violation of international law, funding proxies to attack the U.S. Embassy and Marine barracks in Beirut and other locations, funding proxies that attack U.S. troops who are in the region, in or near Iran. My colleagues will cite that information, and they'll cite it accurately. And Iran has done a series of horrible things to their own people, to American positions, to other nations in the region. But my colleagues always ignore. The president always ignores. Secretary Hegseth always ignores that history didn't start in 1979. If you want to understand the history of this relationship between the United States and Iran, you got to go back to World War II, when we were allies. There was a pivotal conference in the middle of World War II in Tehran in 1943, where the allies, the U.S., the Soviet Union at the time, and Britain, guaranteed to Iran its sovereignty and its independence and its borders. And the Iranian people loved the United States, and we were allies. Then in 1953, during the Eisenhower administration, the United States made a catastrophic mistake. There's a recent book by Scott Anderson called King of Kings that lays this out in clear and unmistakable detail. The United States decided we would topple the democratic government of Iran. 1953, the U.S., through the CIA, engineered a coup. We toppled the democratic government. We installed the Shah, a dictator. We funded the secret police of the Shah, who tortured, exiled, imprisoned, and killed thousands of Iranians. And the U.S. basically put this puppet government, a dictator, over the Iranian people from 1953 until they finally tired of it, and they cast that government off in 1979. And guess what? 26 years of the U.S. funding a dictatorship, killing and torturing Iranians, led the new government of Iran to be, drum roll, anti-United States. We turned Iranians from friends into enemies. We didn't have to do that, but we did it. And Secretary Hegseth and the president never mention that. They don't mention that after Iran overtook our embassy, we funded Iraq to wage war on Iran. We gave Iraq funds, we gave Iraq intel, and in a 7 or 8 year war, we funded Saddam Hussein to wage war against Iran. Hundreds of thousands of Iranians were killed, and they knew the U.S. was partially responsible for it. In the late 1980s, a U.S. Navy vessel, the Vincennes, shot down an Iranian commercial aircraft, killing 290 civilians. It took us years to admit that we did it, but we eventually admitted that. The United States invaded Iran's next-door neighbors to the east and west to topple their governments, Afghanistan and Iraq, and Iran believed, well, you toppled our government in 1953, you're probably preparing to do it again. And this recent war on Iran, we've wiped out their leadership, we've killed civilians, we've bombed a school, killing schoolgirls. Now, we all know that the United States does not intentionally decide to target schools. That's not what we do intentionally, but to an Iranian who has watched the U.S. intentionally topple their government in 1953, intentionally participate in an assassination campaign against their leaders, shoot down a civilian aircraft in the late 1980s, intentionally fund Iraq to wage war against Iran, an Iranian will look at the U.S. actions and say, wait a minute, this is part of a pattern. We were friends until you decided to topple our government in 1953. The point that I'm making about this is if you're not willing to be honest about the history and acknowledge not only Iranian misbehavior, which continues to this day, they just executed somebody in Iran, a student, in a gross violation of human rights. And so you have to acknowledge the Iranian regime has conducted all kinds of bad activity. But if you're not willing to acknowledge the role that the United States has played in turning this nation that was a nation of allies into enemies, then you're going to get the policy wrong. You will get the policy wrong if you don't acknowledge the truth. And what is that truth, as I finish? The truth is, if more war between the U.S. and Iran would bring a solution to any of these problems, then we would have found the answer at some point between 1953 and now. We have had a back and forth going between the United States and Iran since 1953, and it has not produced peace. It has not produced stability. It has not produced anything for the good of the Iranian people or the American people, frankly. And for us to think now that, but you know what, more war, now just a little more war would be the right thing to do to bring a better resolution to this painful 75-year chapter, it shows a profound ignorance of our history and a just shocking level of naivete. And so that's why I have joined with my colleagues every week to look this Senate in the eye and say, as a deliberative body with constitutional powers and an oath that we've taken to provide a check against an executive, particularly on matters of war, we can't let this go under the radar screen, classified hearings only. We have to be as loud and consistent as can be to say that more war between the United States and Iran is not an answer to anything. It hasn't been an answer to anything since 1953, and it's not an answer to anything now. And that's why I support this resolution. We should not be at war without a vote of Congress. Even if there were such a vote, I would vote against it. But if it were to pass this body and be signed by the president, I would then drop my complaint that the war is illegal. I would say it's unwise, but I would be outvoted, as I am often on events, and thus it wouldn't be illegal. It is an illegal war. It is an unwise war that demonstrates a profound lack of understanding of the deep, tragic history between the U.S. and Iran. And for that, to my colleague from Oregon, I strongly support your resolution. And, Mr. President, I now yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I rise today to oppose the nomination of Kevin Warsh to be the chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. I want to put this nomination in some context. Donald Trump's chaos is not working for the average American. Housing is more expensive, health care is more expensive, groceries are more expensive, American manufacturers' inputs are more expensive, and gas is more expensive due primarily to the president's unwise and unauthorized war with Iran. That's quite a list of higher prices and economic chaos. And it is no secret President Trump also thinks he should control the actions of the Federal Reserve. He's tried to fire some of its members, threatened others, and even launched a criminal investigation meant to force out Fed Chair Jerome Powell. The Federal Reserve is tasked with combating inflation and helping maximizing employment. This dual mandate helps companies succeed and Americans find work and support their families. The American people need and deserve a Fed chair who is committed to this task, whose sole motivation is meeting the Fed's dual mandate, and who is dedicated to the Federal Reserve's independence. But after attempting to oust one Fed governor, as well as the current chair, President Trump appears to have found an individual who will operate according to his wishes, not the Fed's dual mandate. And I'm not simply speculating. President Trump explicitly told America he would pick a Fed chair committed to his preferred monetary policy, quote, someone who believes in lower interest rates by a lot, and publicly confirmed Mr. Warsh fit that bill. The president has made clear he believes the Fed should shed its independence, arguing, quote, I'm a smart voice and should be listened to. And Mr. Warsh himself testified the Fed should not be fully independent. Undermining Fed independence is extremely dangerous. The last time a president exerted control over the Fed was President Richard Nixon in the early 1970s. The Fed artificially kept rates low, exactly what President Trump wants today, which helped cause, in the case of Nixon, massive stagflation. Now, President Trump wants total control of the economy by installing his pick to lead the Fed. And based on the president's track record, we should all be very, very wary. Since President Trump returned to the White House 16 months ago, the U.S. has added only 420,000 new jobs. And that's a huge drop from the 1.5 million jobs the U.S. added during President Biden's final 12 months in office. Similarly, workers' real wages grew at a slower pace last year than in 2024, while GDP growth significantly slowed from 2.8% to 2.1%. Indeed, a greater share of Americans are unemployed now than when President Biden left office. Zoom out. How did we get here? It becomes clear. The president's tariffs walloped Americans to the tune of $1,000 in new costs per family last year, according to the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation. Gas prices are up 50% since the president began his war with Iran, with diesel prices more than $2 higher and some heating oil prices also jumping up significantly. Researchers at Brown University estimate Americans have spent an extra $38 billion on gas and diesel since the war began. That's $290 per household in a little over 2 months. The president's war with Iran pushed inflation to a 3-year high in April, with prices for gas, food, clothing, and housing increasing significantly. Making matters worse, President Trump cut nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid last year. As a result, insurance prices and costs are increasing so that roughly 15 million Americans will lose their health care insurance over the next decade. About 1.5 million people have already dropped their Affordable Care Act coverage as a result of the president's cuts. In my home state of Rhode Island, 10,000 people lost their health insurance. The president has created huge new costs for families, and households are stretched thin. Unsurprisingly, credit card balances hit a record $1.3 trillion at the end of last year. People are living month to month on their credit cards, and that's not a hopeful sign for working Americans. But with the president's help, one set of Americans did exceptionally well in 2025, the ultra-rich. Investment bank UBS reports that the number of U.S. billionaires jumped 11% last year, with their combined wealth reaching $6.9 trillion. That's trillion with a T. Now, if you dig a little deeper, you'll see President Trump's billionaires are leaving the rest of America further and further behind. Billionaires' wealth grew 18% in 2025. In comparison, the average wage for Americans grew by about 4%. 18% for the billionaires, 4% for working Americans. As a result, wealth inequality, the gap between the ultra-rich and the rest of us, is at a record high. According to the Federal Reserve, 32% of total U.S. wealth is now held by the top 1% of households. That is a new record. It is a very uncomfortable record to observe. Let me say again, 32% of the total wealth is now held by the top 1%. That's not what America was designed to be. Frankly, that was not what generations of men and women in uniform fought to make America. They weren't worried about making sure that billionaires had 5 yachts, 25 cars, and 7 mansions. They wanted to make sure that children got fed, that there was affordable housing, that families could not only get by, but save a little and give their children a good chance in life. Now, there's a direct and likely intentional line between billionaire profits and the president's policies. President Trump's tax and spending plan was written specifically to help the wealthy, giving the top 1/10 of 1%, top 1/10 of 1% of Americans a $250,000 per year tax cut. The rest of America, most of America, got little to nothing. 70% of households received a tax cut below $1,700. That's the comparison. The ultra-rich, $250,000 a year. Working families, $1,700 a year. And this $1,700 was mostly wiped out by the president's tariffs, gasoline inflation costs, and if you look at the low-income Americans, the bottom 20% of earners, they lost money under the big, beautiful bill. And the story is the same for our ongoing oil price shock, which President Trump caused by unilaterally attacking Iran. Despite knowing a war would close much of the global oil industry. While working-class Americans are unsurprisingly paying the price, recent research found that during the last global oil shock, following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the wealthiest 1% of Americans received about half of resulting global profits, with the vast majority of profits flowing across the top 10% of households. And that situation will likely be replicated now. In other words, oil shocks seem to actually help the president's rich friends. Inflation predominantly hurts working and middle-class Americans who have less wiggle room to cover higher costs. And now the president is talking about making changes to the gasoline tax. What I could do more appropriately is impose a limit on the amount of oil that could be exported from the United States and let the market cause gas prices to go down. Now, creating these new financial pains for Americans is economic malpractice, intentional or otherwise. This is not how a president should pursue economic policy. Our tax, health care, and broader economic system must be geared towards most Americans, not the privileged few. And I am concerned that confirming Mr. Warsh to be Fed chair will only enable President Trump to further ruin our economy while propping up the wealthy. Like President Trump, Mr. Warsh has shown a proclivity for focusing on the interest of industry and wealth rather than the average American family. While previously at the Fed, Mr. Warsh pushed for higher interest rates during the Great Recession, a policy we know now, if followed, would have extended our recession and prevented many struggling Americans from finding work. Before that, he was in charge of financial regulatory policy at the George W. Bush White House, where he oversaw deregulatory policies that contributed to the 2008 financial crisis. Now, Mr. Warsh's new dovish monetary policy outlook is predicated on the belief that AI will turbocharge the economy. Despite many economists projecting that AI adoption will eliminate huge swaths of middle-class jobs. Mr. President, there is nothing inherently wrong with being successful or wealthy, as Mr. Warsh certainly is, but when the only people appointed to serve in top economic posts have net worths in the hundreds of millions of dollars or even billions, often with intermingled business dealings, you must wonder if they are attuned to the needs of most Americans. My focus is affordability, lowering housing costs, health care costs, and food and gas costs, and fixing our economic mess to better support hardworking Americans. Reorienting the Fed so the president can help billionaires move the U.S. away from these goals. I urge my colleagues to do what's best for the many Americans struggling with high prices and reject this nomination. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor, and I would note the absence of a quorum.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, is the Senate presently in a quorum
We
call?
are.
In that case, may I ask unanimous consent that the pending quorum call be visual?
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am here now for the 307th time with my trusty and increasingly battered time to wake up chart to warn this chamber about how America's worst polluters have occupied the Trump administration from within. These polluters are up to no good. They are desperate to pollute for free. That is their business model, to pollute for free. Even though polluting for free is wrong. Wrong under the laws of economics, wrong under the laws of morality, wrong under the laws of nature. But they are desperate to pollute for free because the stakes are huge. And the stakes are really huge. The International Monetary Fund has calculated that the fossil fuel industry's subsidy from being allowed to pollute for free is over $700 billion every year. $700 billion every year is a lot of money, and it's a lot of motive to fund a lot of mischief. The polluters deny the science of what their emissions are doing to Earth's natural systems. Indeed, they've mounted a massive fraud operation to propagate their climate denial. As I've said in earlier speeches, that's actually phase two. Phase one was when their own scientists warned them what their emissions would do to Earth's natural systems, and they chose to hide that information and cover it up. But once it became more standard science to know that, then they went into the phase two part, a massive fraud operation to propagate their climate denial. Phase three was to spend massive amounts of dark money to influence and control American politics, specifically to control the Republican Party. I was here when it was okay to be a Republican on a serious climate bill. That was true until January of 2010, the day that Citizens United was decided, and at that point, the amount of money the fossil fuel offered made it irresistible for the Republican Party to become the party of climate denial. And that fossil fuel industry doesn't operate in its own name. It operates through many, many front groups which they play like piano keys. It amounts to corruption at epic scale. Today, I highlight the polluters' latest corrupt trick, which is to use the powers of government, a federal government that is theirs now to corruptly command, to block low-cost clean energy from getting to the grid. What's happening is that the polluting industry's expensive polluting plants are being outcompeted by reliable, renewable, clean energy like wind and solar. The polluters know that their only chance of survival against less expensive, cleaner power is to interfere using government. So, what did they do? They poured hundreds of millions of dollars into the Trump campaign. We know it's hundreds of millions. It could have been the whole billion that Trump asked for,
but given how complicated dark money is, it's hard to tell. We do know they put at least hundreds of millions of dollars into the Trump campaign. And the result is a Trump administration that is paying them back to the tune of billions of dollars. And here's the rub. They're using your money to pay them. From the Environmental Protection Agency to the Department of Interior to the Department of Energy, polluters have infiltrated the government itself and are using its levers to shut down their clean energy competition. From EPA Administrator Zeldin to Interior Secretary Burgum to Energy Secretary Wright, the Trump administration first started by telling the big lie that clean energy is more expensive than dirty, polluting fossil fuel energy. That is, in fact, a lie, but that was the opening premise, and then they went to work killing clean energy. At EPA, Administrator Zeldin went after congressionally appropriated and obligated funds that supported the rollout of affordable clean energy. He attacked the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, costing consumers potentially $52 billion in lost energy savings, money out of consumers' pockets. He went after Solar for All funding, costing Americans as much as $350 million per year in lost energy savings. Billions lost to consumers over time. Zeldin canceled grants totaling over $1.7 billion, including congressionally appropriated and obligated funding for clean energy projects. The result of all of that was clean, renewable energy kept off the grid, increasing the costs that American consumers have to pay. The trick is that extra cost paid by consumers was more money in the pockets of fossil fuel polluters, Trump's big donors. That's EPA. Over at Interior, Secretary Burgum went after the companies trying to build and operate affordable clean energy projects. Early in 2025, Burgum halted construction on 2 offshore wind projects off the coast of Rhode Island and New York. Later, he ordered a second halt to 5 offshore wind projects. The 2 he'd already stopped that were back operational, and 3 more projects in Massachusetts, Virginia, and New York. That stalled nearly 6 gigawatts of clean electricity. If those gigawatts were off the grid, that would mean polluting oil, gas, and coal plants would be picking up the slack. That extra 6 gigawatts of polluting oil, gas, and coal would in turn mean billions of dollars to the polluters. Thankfully, the court stepped in again against the illegal Trump orders, and the projects continued, but they were stalled. Now, Interior has a new plan. With taxpayer money, pay off companies to walk away from offshore wind leases and instead invest the payoff money on fossil fuel projects. Again, clean, renewable energy off the grid, increased costs for consumers, but more profits for polluters, Trump's big donors. 3 different companies have made these dirty deals so far. That's Interior. Over at the Department of Energy, Secretary Wright made it his mission to revive, their own words, beautiful, clean coal, even where no one seems to want it. Trump's Energy Department announced that it would provide $625 million taxpayer dollars for retrofits, recommissioning, and life extension projects for coal plants, including at least one instance where neither the grid operator nor the local utility wanted this intervention. DOE then announced $175 million more from taxpayers to extend the life of 6 coal-fired power plants in Kentucky, North Carolina, and Ohio. The Department of Energy may have illegally repurposed funds Congress had appropriated for carbon capture programs to subsidize those coal plants. The net result of all of this: increased cost for ratepayers because of the expense of running these polluting plants, but more profits in the pockets of fossil fuel polluters, Trump's big donors. These attacks from polluters who have infiltrated the government drive up costs for consumers by billions. The excess cost consumers must pay flows to fossil fuel. You know how the grid works. They run the clean energy first because it's least expensive. If you can back off that low-cost clean energy, the grid has to climb up the generation stack to more and more expensive fossil fuel plants, and all that added money goes straight to fossil fuel industry pockets, from consumers to the fossil fuel industry. A crooked money pump driving up costs for consumers. You don't even have to kill the plant. Every day that low-cost clean energy is delayed is another day that money is steered from consumers' pockets into the pockets of the owners and fuel dealers of the expensive, polluting fossil fuel units. Those billions are the polluters' rewards from Trump. In an America deeply concerned about the cost of stuff, this corrupt extraction of money from consumers to pay off Trump's big donors won't go over well. Cost and corruption are what most concern voters, and this scheme is on the wrong side of both. Which brings us to the coming election. Trump is in desperate political trouble. Costs are exploding, and corruption is epidemic. Voters are angry. So, the big polluters need to corrupt the election. A corrupt attack on our elections is the last gasp of the big polluters and creepy billionaires' grasp on power. They would rather rule corruptly in an oligarchy than live lawfully in a democracy. Their attack on democracy uses the corrupted federal government as its agent. It is an attack coming from inside our own house. Just recently, the captured Supreme Court delivered yet another vote-suppressing service to billionaire-funded Republicans with its destruction of the Voting Rights Act in Louisiana versus Calais. The Calais case is the culmination of a years-long, and I quote here, judicial project to destroy the Voting Rights Act, quoting Justice Kagan. As we all know, in a normal world, judges are supposed to, as Roberts once said, call balls and strikes, not have projects to destroy legislation crafted by Congress. So Justice Kagan using those words is powerful. Discarding decades of precedent and ignoring mountains of factual findings made by Congress, the court supercharged Republican partisan gerrymandering across the South. And boy, did it work. In just 2 weeks, we've already seen Louisiana, Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, and Mississippi begin redrawing voting maps to disenfranchise minority voters and benefit Republican candidates. This all comes on top of the court's other persistent mischief, defending, for instance, billionaires' dark money flooding our elections, and defending Republican red map gerrymandering. Even here, Republicans desperately tried to pass the vote-suppressing so-called SAVE Act, supposedly based on the bogus claim that undocumented immigrants are committing widespread voter fraud. That, as experience in states that have looked at similar legislation shows, is unequivocally false. What would have happened is that the bill's excessive restrictions would have disenfranchised millions of legitimate voters, just not the kind that Republicans wanted voting. As we close in now on the November election, Trump federal agencies are already seizing voter files. At least 48 states have received requests for their complete voter registration lists. The Department of Justice sued 30 of those states and Washington, D.C. for their refusal to turn over the voter information. The administration even faked a criminal investigation to seize records in Fulton County, Georgia, after DOJ had failed to obtain those records through civil proceedings. I won't explain that here because I've given a speech on that subject laying out all of the mischief and shenanigans behind that search warrant. Even the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, seized voting machines in Puerto Rico. The plot here is simple. It's to make sure the corrupt billionaires keep their control of the government so that they can use their control of the government to prop up their pollute-for-free business model and keep gouging you on cost. Well, to keep gouging Americans on cost and to keep polluting for free and to maintain their corrupt influence over the Trump administration, they've got to mess with the election. So be alert. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Senate in a quorum call?
Yes,
May I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated?
without objection.
Mr. President, here is a simple truth. Climate change is real. Earlier this year, I came to the floor and asked my colleagues if they could all agree on this simple scientific fact. This being the temple of Mammon, run by fossil fuel, to no one's surprise, they could not. So I hoped that if I broke down the reality of climate change into smaller, simple truths, we could then find areas of agreement. But 2 weeks ago, when I asked on the floor if we could all agree to the simple truth that sea levels are rising, I was once again met with an objection. So let's give it another go. Today's simple truth: the oceans are warming. Can we agree on that? I have come to the floor several times to talk about the fact that the oceans are heating by the zettajoule. So let's talk for a minute about what a zettajoule is. A joule is the standard unit of energy, heat energy. A zettajoule has 21 zeros behind it. It is a spectacularly enormous number. In the past, I've reported that our oceans are measured absorbing around 14 zettajoules of excess heat every year. If you want a comparison, you can imagine that that is the equivalent of 7 Hiroshima atomic bombs detonating in the ocean every second. That's the size of the heat transfer. And indeed, that's the number in this resolution. Sadly, since we introduced this resolution, that measure has increased. Our oceans now are warming by 23 zettajoules a year. We're breaking the ocean heat content record for the 9th consecutive year. To put that in context, the total energy consumption of all humankind on planet Earth is about 1/2 of a zettajoule per year. All of it. Every turbine, every boiler, every engine, all of our energy is 1/2 of a zettajoule, which means that for the fossil fuel component of that 1/2 of a zettajoule that human beings create, we add 23 zettajoules of excess heat to the oceans. It's a 50-to-1 magnification, nearly. And it's driving ocean temperatures skyward. Since 1955, the top 2,000 meters of the global ocean have gained approximately 372 zettajoules of heat. And as you can see, the trajectory is that things are going to get a lot worse. By 2100, it's projected that the rate of ocean warming will be somewhere between 2 and 6 times greater than the rate of warming at the 14 zettajoule level of annual excess heat. A world in which the ocean is warming at 6 times 14 zettajoules of excess heat every year rapidly becomes an unlivable world for a great many human beings. This amount of heat has horrific effects on biodiversity and sea life, happening already. Fishermen know that fish populations are moving across international boundaries or out into the high seas, causing economic uncertainty and harm for fishermen. Warming sea surface temperatures shrink populations of the world's most abundant phytoplankton, significantly damaging the ocean food webs on which so many humans ultimately depend. Warming and acidification combined prevent species from being able to create their calcium carbonate shells. I've often spoken on the Senate floor about the humble pteropod, a species that I think nobody cares very much about here, but they're enormously abundant in the oceans. They've been measured as suffering extreme shell damage in the oceans, and they are not a very long trophic hop from things we do care about, like salmon. When you kick the foundation out from under a food chain, it collapses. Harmful algal blooms grow in warmer water and become more and more severe, taking a toll on fisheries, on public health, on recreation and tourism. If you want a description of what rotting algae on beaches does to tourism, just look at the stories about what Florida has experienced. Warmer oceans increase evaporation rates, which increases atmospheric humidity, which fuels extreme precipitation and stronger hurricanes. Those stronger, wetter storms and other climate change-induced threats crashing into insurance markets pose a roughly $25 trillion risk to the global housing market over the next 25 years. When the climate risk gets so severe that it crashes insurance markets, that cascades into mortgage markets, that cascades into property values. That's where the $25 trillion estimate comes from. And if you want to look more locally, Florida now leads the country in property value loss as the first and worst exposed to this climate risk. The threats don't end there. The risks that stronger, wetter storms pose to agriculture and food production, insurance, tourism, infrastructure, the energy sector, and more are very, very real. Mature and responsible warnings abound. As we noted in my last resolution, 30% of Americans live in coastal areas. $10 trillion of goods and services are produced in coastal counties across the United States each year. There's a lot in jeopardy in oceans. It's the simple truth. Climate change is real. Sea level rise is real. Ocean warming by the zettajoule is real. And all of it is already disrupting American lives, pocketbooks, and families, and it's getting steadily worse. So I ask, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to Senate Resolution 552. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, that the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Wisconsin.
reserving the right to object. Mr. President, I'll keep this short. I was down here a couple weeks ago when Senator from Rhode Island had a similar type of what he called a simple truth resolution. But it's not that simple. The purpose of him providing this or putting forth this resolution is he wants to do something about it. I'm not a climate change denier. I'm just not a climate change alarmist. I'm not subscribing to the Chicken Little scare tactics here. The problem with trying to do something about climate change is there's nothing we can really do to impact it. We've spent, according to testimony in the Budget Committee when Senator from Rhode Island was chair, $5 to $6 trillion globally. I saw a recent speech or a panel given by Secretary Energy Wright saying that we'd spend about $10 trillion trying to hold back the tides, trying to address this climate change emergency, which, by the way, two Nobel laureate physicists, Dr. Ivan Yaver and Dr. John Clauser, signed on to a World Climate Declaration, quote, "There is no climate emergency." There isn't. What we've done, though, is we've taken a $6 to $10 trillion cost, the largest malinvestment in human history, and we obviously haven't even dented climate change because we still have the Chicken Littles here claiming a climate change emergency. So, again, this isn't a simple truth. The simple truth is, yeah, climate has always changed, always will. And I would argue the simple truth is there's not much we can do about it. There's no consensus in terms of the extent that man may impact the climate. We certainly can impact the environment, and we all are, from my standpoint, we're all environmentalists. We want a clean environment. But just think what we could have done with that $6 to $10 trillion rather than spending it, wasting it, trying to hold back the tide. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I object.
Mr. President, I would just note for the record that the University of Wisconsin, in the good senator's home state, teaches the science of climate change. Teaches courses with names like climate and climate change, human and planetary health, climate change ecology, ice and climate dynamics, climate change and health disparities, soil and climate change medicine, climatic environments of the past, agricultural weather and climate action planning, sustainable transportation, case studies exploring infrastructure sustainability and climate change governance, climate change sustainability in education, and as a lawyer, I would add climate change human rights and the environment. I would strongly recommend that all of my colleagues who are unfamiliar with what's happening in the real world in climate change go to their home state universities who teach the stuff and listen to what their home state universities have to say. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Wyoming.
I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, the post-cloture time with respect to the Warsh nomination be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the Warsh nomination at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Further, if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider the en blanc nominations listed in S-Res 390. Excuse me, S-Res 690.
The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Pursuant to provisions of S-Res 690, the nominations listed therein are pending en bloc.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate and the provisions of S-Res 690, 119th Congress, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on executive calendar numbers 615, 616.
Mr. President, I ask consent that the reading of the nominations be waived.
Without objection.
Signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations en blanc: Cal 719 through Cal 724, with the exception of Rear Admiral Douglas L. Williams, Cal 725 through Cal 726, and all nominations on the Secretary's desk in the Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, and Navy, with the exception of PN 681-4, PN 835-2, PN 919, and PN 925. That the nominations be confirmed en blanc, the motions be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H. Con Res 73, which was received from the House.
The clerk will report.
House Concurrent Resolution 73, authorizing the use of the Capitol grounds for the National Peace Officers Memorial Service and the National Honor Guard and Pipe Band Exhibition.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en blanc consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk: S-Res 725, S-Res 726.
Is there an objection to proceeding en bloc? Without objection. The Senate will proceed to the resolutions en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en blanc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, May 13th, that following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, if Senator Merkley or his designee makes a motion to discharge S.J. Res. 163, the Senate vote on the motion to discharge at 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. Following disposition of S.J. Res. 163, notwithstanding Rule 22, the Senate vote on the cloture motion with respect to the motion to proceed to S. Res. 526. If cloture is invoked on the motion to proceed to S. Res. 526, all post-cloture time be expired and the Senate vote on adoption of the motion to proceed at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader no earlier than Thursday, May 14th. Further, that at 2 p.m., the Senate proceed to executive session to execute the order with respect to the Warsh nomination, and that following disposition of the Warsh nomination, the Senate resume legislative session.
Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.